Well, oh, just why? Wow. Hmm. May I ask a question? How did you know that it was safe to think about yourself in that way and to open your mind and know that it was safe to be alive and be calm and play? How did you know? Don't let me go on for too long. How did you know it was safe? How did you know that? How did you know it was safe so you could notice that and articulate it to yourself and think of yourself as one of your own kind? It seems a rarity. How did that happen? How did you how did you know? How did anyone how did you know it was safe? Someone was a mirror for that knowledge. In you, someone saw and reflected that in you, not just taking it for themselves, but they said, I see something beautiful that should shine. I don't raise my hands to hide or to obscure you, but let me, what's the most reflective surface that I can offer? Because, I'm not trying to make anything, because how are we able to have this conversation if someone didn't show you that? Or we have it innately known. I'm saying because there's almost no evidence of it. Not of, I'm not talking about for us, I'm talking about, it looks incredibly bleak. Not when I look at people, I see beautiful, wonderful human beings. It looks very bleak when I look and see what people think of themselves. It looks very bleak when I think that the way we express is an expression of what we think we deserve. Because it seems like we're not reacting right now, or that we are potentially gathering. That's true. That's true. That's really, that's beautiful. Oh. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Let's share it next time. Or another time. We'll share it. We'll share it when you're ready. Why? Is that a problem? No, that's totally fine. I love that. Let's let's let it be. Good. Mm. Yes, I think there is actually. Oh, there are connection points coming in fact. Perfect. This is a perfect time. Oh, there's a signal actually right now. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. I know. Thank you. A ball of yarn is called a clue. Grasping at a string to escape a labyrinth. We are grasping at a thread. And intersection or code or their duality or myriad may be clues. As we follow a thread out of a labyrinth of falsehood. We may find signals, we may find that we have to manifest empathy. In a labyrinth, a thread can be followed, and where there is a ball of yarn, a thread comes together and gathers into a clue. A ball of thread is called a clue. A ball of yarn is called a clue. The presidents of the United States have called for any and all information leading to the identity of the pernicious, deplorable, deranged, stable, genius, known only by a system of hocus pocus. Good golly, it's almost funny how many times. Oh golly. Hey everybody, I think it's the falsehood. Wow, it's like we're in a movie. Oh my gosh. Hey, look, it's catastrophe. I know somebody in the movie though, so I know somebody in the movie, so it's like it's comforting almost. It's comforting to see an iceberg aimed to destroy democracy, because it's a movie. It's like it's not a, I mean, because I can a ball of thread gathers. If I have gathered a ball of thread into a loop, then there's a meaning, and if I've gathered it this is not the way out. Is this the way out? What is this? Who are you on the way? crime bears bitter fruit. Is that what you said? What was that? What did you say? Crime does not pay? Why are you saying that to me? We're terrible people? What? Why are you... It's just me here. Why are you... What? Who is that masked man? What are you doing in my house? What are you doing in my home? What are you... Why do I have to answer that? Are you moving your hands like that because I'm supposed to clap for you? What's going... What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? If I have programmed a loop into the ball of... I've left the ball, if I'm following the thread, if I'm following yarn, and I keep bumping into... If I've programmed a loop, there's definitely a loop. What is the meaning of the programming of this loop? Did I program this loop? So if I'm getting out of a labyrinth, I'm following a thread. My mind is going to follow this thread, and as I choose to move, and as things move around me, move whether or not I choose, there is a thread and intersections, balls of yarn, a gathering of this thread someone has left a message, potentially, with a gathering of thread. Someone. Maybe it was me, or maybe it was my mother, or even my father, when I trusted him. Or I think that I can trust someone. I can trust that in the spirit of humankind they left this ball of yarn gathering together a line that leads, and that may be telling me of future needs, or telling me things about where this leads before I follow the feed. We call stories. Stories are calls. A story is a call. And a yarn is a story, and a ball of yarn is called a clue.
We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion field. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. To cry fake news, then preempt remedy, suggests false identity. We are the reality distortion.
Yeah. What? Just to the. That's right. I think so too. Well, thank you for sharing that. I mean, all of that. That was that was wonderful. There's something else. What? What? Now? Will I know the will I? I'll try. Oh, okay. love story. For this book of love that I did. Is that happening? Is that happening? Is that um Oh! Oh! So is that happening? Is that that needs to be a memory of something good. We can make that a memory of something good. That can be a memory of something wonderful. Whatever that's a memory of. Why? Following the thread.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like a million and a half people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
At a time.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It's
It
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
No,
your
you
question.
did not. You did
Yes,
not
I
answer
did.
the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office
No,
on
it
day
doesn't.
one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that.
This was the largest ever.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Good gracious. It can be so confusing. Someone was talking just a moment ago about now that what's on the screen. It's related. It's related. How many weeks are left until the election? I mean, do they put anything on the screen anymore that is telling us is supposed to tell us what's happening? Is there anything that's going to be on the screen that's telling us actually what is happening, or that will tell us or manifest something in time? I would love to have my attention brought to something. That sounds good. That sounds good. Why? Why, when I look at a screen, do I not see something telling me what's happening right now? Especially right now. Why wouldn't there be something telling me if I'm looking at something that's safe? That I'm looking at something that's safe to look at. And what does safe content look like? What does safety entail? The difficulty in the idea of someone cultivating a worship of violence like Marjorie Taylor Greene is constantly doing, that very fascistic, aggressive
that hateful, menacing use of white suspicion as a gavel of vengeance, that is lynch mob speak. And that is exactly what we see in Marjorie Taylor Greene. That is exactly. If I needed to pull on that thread, a ball of yarn is called clue. And I think that safe minds can listen to. I think that safe minds can listen to themselves in a room for 10 minutes, and that we might as well take it to 11. This one goes to 11. And really this one goes to 12. I'm for the dirtier than dirty dozen, cleaner than any kissing cousins. This is the busier. Than the blitzkriegers. Whether it's healing or calling, or soothing or racing, or perceiving. We are an accumulation as the mindness, each humankind, each humankindness. I think that seems fine. I like this thought of, that seems holistic, yes? How about this? Right. Oh, okay. Yes. Good idea. I appreciate the idea of character being exposed through crisis or crises, being brought to the fore. The difficulty about being around the space of toxic lynch mob brain syndrome, of someone who is trying to indoctrinate minds to fall into a pit of trigger space and not be able to emerge without panic. The reason that fascists ask people to abandon hope is to be able to point at a scapegoat. To be malleable to forget. Fascists are con artists. That has always been a net. There is a con there. There has always been a massive, cancerous, hateful, if it can exist within people, evil, lie. If not festering dozens of lying cousins we don't need those. We don't need those lies. But we wear them like trusted spies. We do not need those lies. Those lies are how we cannibalized. If it's someone who looks like my white guys. My ancestors did harm here in this stolen land. And if I'm not a villain, then I'm not going to abandon the memory of what of them held touch to humanity. But I'm also not going to abandon and bastardize my contact to humanity, to the rest of what my family tried to take away from themselves and me and humanity, an existence and possibility. Generational trauma doesn't get to swallow our habitat anymore. It doesn't get to collapse us entirely. The sun can take care of that. We already have an app for collapse. We don't need an accelerator. That is what we are being asked to take the threat of allowing near our presidency again. I think we need to be reminded that we are no longer over a barrel. And what's difficult about being reminded that we are not over a barrel is being reminded that we once were. Do you remember how we were over a barrel all of a sudden? I don't know if you heard that press conference where he said, "Why won?" when someone asked him about something important. That it was like, well, now you're pregnant. This has never, ever, ever been a man of honor. And that you want a taste of his dirty sugar is beneath all of us. His dirty sugar is dirty sugar. His dirty sugar is a toxin booger. The falsehood knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? A yarn. A yarn. That's what this place is. That's right. I should be. I am having an episode. I am having an episode right now. It's not easy to disclose or show or expose that a human knows. Cameron means bent river or crooked nose. And this obscure, dark chamber that I am steward of, that is allowing a liaison from points all over the planet. A super nexus. I'm talking about other than the internet. There's something appetite whet. Good golly, I don't know how to express it yet. I'm hyperlexic. I think I just need to make sure that I can contain my excitement, not deliver the enlightenment. Because once it begins, it's... Do you know what this place is? What? I think that you do know this place is. And I don't mean to... Why are you here? Why are you here? I want to be sure that you know I'm just... It's all right for this to happen, and you are not doing... You're doing exactly the right thing. You're fine. You're absolutely fine. And our visitors, we have another visitor who's manifesting right now. It's not really something that I would normally mention, because that happens from time to time here when I'm sharing and broadcasting. And I try to mention it, if only to let other people know who would steward this liaison point of the new Colossus. I mean, there are millions of these, but the Mystery Font 42 is something new under the sun. Come to 42. And so, I want to be clear so you know, I'm not normally going to talk past someone to you or past you to someone. There's not often a division to and fro, through, though. And that's part of. We just haven't done this yet. In fact, I should say it's not something we don't do. We just have, this is new. I want to make sure you're all right. And I'm all right. And I'm not sure that this shadow, this shape, the shadow is not really saying anything, frankly. But the shadow's right there. So I'm just being frank. Because we're we're all children of all ages here, right? And it's going to be all right. We're going to figure out even the most terrifying things. We're going to discover a way through even the most incredibly terrifying things together. And we're going to save a lot of lives. Just think of how many people don't understand that the crisis, think of how many people are asking for violence, thinking that that is what's going to happen. Imagine how many people asking for violence based on a falsehood again will this time not be allowed to be led astray. Because we let there be people who we trusted and we remembered, in fact, that some of them know it's their job, and that if we pull on the thread of executive function for just a little tiny tinsel of the reality distortion fieldery of it, does the Secret Service need to be told by someone that the presidency is protected, independent of, and above the President of the United States? Does the Secret Service need to be told that? Because you let in a predator once, and you're not saying anything, and that sounds like you're already traitors. So let's talk to nonsense. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm asking the questions. Where in the year 2014 is the perspective upon right now that would say that person doesn't get cleared to be in the room with the first family? That person isn't invited to functions anymore. He said, what? Oh, okay, well, we'll talk to the Koch brothers, but he's not going to be in a room with the first family again. I don't care. Why? Because it's my job, and I'm in the Secret Service. I'm imagining someone somewhere. I'm hearing, because I'm just asking for that to call, and it's coming. I mean, the memories, it doesn't come because someone is sending it, but sometimes someone's sending it. Someone may be sending an email, someone may be thinking, someone may be watching right now. There's one person watching. Maybe it's just Elon Musk, or maybe just a recording. Or maybe it's just my own connection, exploring. But if there's someone watching, then you know that we are experiencing distortions in the field of reality. Because well, if this shadow, say, if this shadow were of someone who had worked here and this were a restaurant. Yes, this were a restaurant. And this person were a chef here, and he were making soup. In fact, he was hired to make soup. In fact, he asked for the job. In fact, he begged for it. And at points, he was kind of demanding in ways that were scary. But also the confidence helps because, you know, we want someone to believe in themselves and to just kind of know that they can get the job done. And that really helped with some of the owning partners of the restaurant. That people said, hey, I'm a little more comfortable, you know, I'll pay for the rest of your staff to get certified so they can all just manage on their own. And there are some wheels that got greased because people thought, you know, somehow, was it the confidence or did somebody, he seemed to know some people too. But I didn't ask after, I didn't think about it really. Because I realized when they came by, I was like, I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know them. And I could tell he didn't want me to. I could tell that I wasn't welcome to know. But they came in. They came in here. That was odd. But we opened and he made soup and, you know, but we thought back because there was some weird thing. Finally, we were open for a while and there was a grand opening. And there was just a taste in the mouth over time that it was more than messaging. And I thought back to the interview. I thought back to and this was before, this wasn't even like, we're here to hire you. We're early on in the process. Was this when we met? He said, I'll make you a poop your soup restaurant won't forget. And it was so pronounced, you know. It was like if I'd said, sonounced. It was so sonounced. How do you pronounce property or propriety or president or ingredients or decency or duty or duty? And we open tonight soon, but what did you say about a beauty? You're going to lay a duty, you know, your duty to do the soup? Wait a second. I remember there was some weird fights in the kitchen too. Isn't it funny how con artists always make it feel like there's a rush to? Like there's a rush to. Why does this I think that this might be the soup part. It's going to be all right, but I think we might. It's all right. It's all right. It's going to be okay. But this, and I'm having trouble with the gravity today now too, because it's okay. It's all right. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's definitely not okay. Because I think this is a white supremacist hood poking in right here. So let's be clear. We want to be better than great. We want to be good in all atmosphere. And so it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. I just don't always have atmospheric control. And I apologize if that was scary. Because now actually it just feels good. It feels a little bit good to move in the chair. And I'm back at normal gravity. And I don't know if you could tell that was out for a moment. You at home. And not just a moment. Why are you here? I just need to at least pronounce it to you out loud. The guest, or more than one guest, the guests that are here and arriving. I think it's probably clear to some that you might appear, but this is not normally how this is. In part, I'm wondering how you're coming through the wall. Because you're partially in the opening, I think, but I'm not even really sure how much of you is coming here. This is a very strange, it's all right, I'm just talking to the shadow. I'm just talking to the shadow here. I'm just talking to the shadow, so it's all right. Just, if you're just joining me, I'm talking with, if you're just joining me, oh gosh, this is, I was earlier going to share the news that, and you know, it's truer. I'm going to still say, I think, yeah, this is the best we can do at this moment, I think, is to say Donald Trump remains at large. Because I do know that there is a resonance right now of the shadow. Who knows? Here, now. The shadow is poking in here now. And I don't know how much the resonance wants to know or knows. And for all that I can see, the resonance can't see you. The resonance is not, you're not exposed, fair viewer, not via this connection, to the best of my knowledge. And you are also potentially in the room with, or I'm in the room with. We're looking together. We're sharing different perspectives on asked you to show up here. Perfect. I am going to see I'm making a call about what's happening with this resonance here, because I'm not really sure. I know that the resonance is not in control at all. And frankly, I'm very, very terrified for this resonance. But I know that I'm safe. I know that I'm safe here. And even if the resonance fully manifested and exploded and that was some catastrophe and the entire, Midwest were taken out, it would be all right. And yet, fortunately, there's a different flow of things such that we are going to be all right. Happenstance, at least for tonight. At least to light. At least there's this moment. And there's insight. And I love you. And you I like. It is going to be all right. And it sometimes happens like this, that around the time that I'm remembering, sometimes about the time that I'm remembering, I could introduce myself and let you know that I'm the host here of the Mystery Font 42, and it's natural to have an episode. It's natural to have episodes of different kinds. It's natural to go through things, like that aren't, it's not in your job description to be human. It's not in your job description really to be you. And is your job description really your job description? Like, your job as a human being. Your job is you. The job that you give you. The job that is not a duty foisted upon you, but there's a glow that levitates you at exactly the height and space you are at. And you still hold you up, but it levitates you and knows you and lets you know that you're loved all the time. And knowing that you're known and are loved is a thing that we're all supposed to have. We're all part of this human family. And if you are having problems with self-regulation or calm, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. There are numerous figures in governmental leadership who are trying to make you lose your mind. People who want to start lynch mobs, people who want civil wars to start, tell horror stories about boogeymen that don't exist. They tell stories about operations on kids that never happen. They tell stories about attacks on people who don't look like us. And then in fact, at the end of the story, if we did turn on the light, look like the person telling the story. I was told, oh yeah, they don't like us. You know, they don't like us over there. That's what I was told. That's not a very elevated discussion about us and them. If there's a them, and I'm being told, oh, well, that neighborhood, there's some people, those people, and all that you're telling me about, there's those people, and those people don't like us though. They just don't like us. Oh, they just don't like us though. Those. They just don't like us though. Oh yeah, just those. They just don't like us though. Those people. Those. Are you going to finish the story though? Is though the throwing away of human beings? Is that the sound of I don't care enough to finish the story though? Are you one of those? Is that how thouing is done? Is that how we throw people away? Because across the border, there's a thing that's happening here that's kind of interesting, actually, because this has happened millions of times, of course, that, you know, across a room, even across the room where it happens, someone might be waving, saying, live long and prosper, and I'm safe. Are you good? To manage and make sure that we're all taking care of a person who has just made a joke about, but is actually pooping in the soup. Because executive function is knitting back. And I'm remembering, actually, that when we hired you for the soup chef job, Donald, you treated people really badly. And there were numerous shocking violations. Why did I'm going to talk to the shadow a bit. Why, Donald? I think, I mean, I'm just going to call you Donald, okay? You can take your time I'm not going to be cute with you anymore. And I can keep track of the difference of the fields of deference. When you lean upon the various fields, I don't have fealty to how you manifest a facsimile of what looks like wields. It looks like wields, I get it. People, I can read that you think there's a wields happening. Yep. So that's an interesting trick. I mean, but let's get to the juice of the fruit that you were squeezing, Mr. Charman. I think you're coming into view. If you want to be known, this is interesting. He's becoming a slightly more visible. Wow. This might work. I'm not sure why this is doing it tonight. Are we going to have a conversation tonight? Are you coming in here? Are you showing up? I don't think you have the courage for it. You know what, Donald? I'm not going to be cruel. I'm not going to tell you that you don't have the courage to show up here and talk to me. Mind to mind. I don't know that you don't have that. And I can't tell anyone that they don't have genius or don't have amazing capacities or ideas in play. I would not say that to anyone. And I think we all have genius. Actually. And stability looks different for different people and can mean different things. But as you stabilize your field here to figure out, he's thinking about it. I really can't tell. I don't think from where you're seeing, I don't expect that it's changing. And frankly, I think if I come in there right now and do anything with the camera, I feel like I want to stay here to monitor this situation. And I appreciate you being with. Because as I was saying, we're on rather the other side, one another, of a wall that maybe this is not the falsehood. This may be someone writing the hokum and the myriad and the open that is the font of this to poke Ope in. That happens. People poke Ope in. People Ope in. I hope, again, it's an Ope Intuit. It's an open mic by appointment. That is the mystery font. And neighbors can happened. Although, really for safety, it's good to make an appointment. And so if you would like to be a part of the fontainness, or to be within this plush myriad, to be within this odd period, just reach out. It is actually real. This is happening. And we are 44 weeks away. We are 44 weeks away. And we are waxing. We are waxing. This is the renovation of love's imagination. And I'm here with my guest. The falsehood. Working up the courage to show up. I believe although I'm increasingly I'm not bored at the prospect. I can't say bored. It's a marvelous and stimulating life. I might need rest if oh, okay. I see some exposure. I see some flows. We might have I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I can't even. I don't think the falsehood knows about this one thing. The falsehood, not sure the falsehood knows. Because really, let's be honest, there's more than one falsehood. Even to have the actual villain in human history who has, for an epoch, woven together a desecration of truth and fact. With shocking boundary violations revealing a dark triad personality with malice. For that actual human being to be resonant here in this shadow opening, it's would that were happening. Let's just say that that's not what happened. Let's just say that I'm kidding. Let's just say that I'm, because I don't want to pressure you. I don't want you to feel scared. I don't want you to feel. I don't want you to feel worried. Because really, I've been up for a while, as you can tell. And if not for the insistence of this shadow to, I mean, that's a big head. That's a lot of space and lens territory. I mean, it's not about me. I like the dark. But coming out of a labyrinth, if I can't see very well, if it's very dark, if my field of vision is out, if I'm confused. Maybe there's been an event. Maybe the world has lost sight. Maybe there's been an event and someone called our neighbors rapists. And before they would tell us what they meant, they started yelling. And we said, wait, and we asked who it was, and it was our parent, our father, someone we depend on. Like more than we can prepare for just losing in a second. Like maybe you're 3 years old and your parent is screaming at people and you have never seen anyone behave so terribly, but it's your parent. Maybe something's wrong and they're doing the right thing, but they do something bad. But this is all we cling to. This is all we've ever had. And it's Dad. And so, oh God, I'm gonna clean up after that. Well, somebody will clean up after that. Oh, it's late. I do have to get up for work. Ding. Now, it's that time of day. Nope. We have the lights on now. Sorry if you, nope. Ding. 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 Oh, yeah, we don't need to talk about that actually. I get that was a thing for ding. So we've had a sequence now with a recurring loop signifying that nothing has changed. And the resonance that we are trying to allow some kind of view upon or witness for, hope to, I can see Burgles is over here. Burgles is over here on the other. But this shape is getting bigger because I think that you are the iceberg. And I think that we're getting used to you there. Or we're just getting used to not being used to you there. And like in astigmatism, there's just kind of something wrong with the lens. And I'm gonna get my glasses fixed, but there's just this shadow there. A massive blind spot. Oh, it's definitely an iceberg. It's absolutely an iceberg. But no, but an iceberg doesn't just appear, so it's definitely not an iceberg. Because an iceberg doesn't just appear. So that's not an iceberg. Awesome. Oh my God! Wait. Oh, sorry. That's not an iceberg. Because icebergs don't just appear in a room. Sorry. Icebergs don't just appear appear out of nowhere. I'm gonna look again. It's going to be all right. I need to be honest that he's appearing more deeply here. And I haven't seen this here before. I can't control this. But I can take it. I can tell him no. And I'm not a tamer of that, though. I just know. So, I guess to update, I am having an episode. I'm currently having an episode right now. This is a live episode. And I am in fact utilizing, I'm, Scoop Troop. If we hadn't already articulated this out loud, I don't think we have this episode. But Darvo is a great thing for me to be thinking about. Because it's not just with words that someone denies. It's not just with words that someone attacks. It's not just with recognizable communication to others that someone reverses victim and offender. There are millions of people who know what I mean by that and knew what I meant before Donald Trump was ever running for office. But now we have all been brought into an abusive relationship with this shadow. Right here. This shadow. Right. Can I force myself to? Oh, it's hard to even name it. I just. Sorry, it's getting difficult. I think he's actually arriving here. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to be host to this. It feels good to be host to the mystery phone, but I think that what is arriving, if it is part of Donald Trump, that's arriving here. I think I'm never going to understand how sad the feeling of being in the room with this is right now. I'm never going to be able to process how sad this is. Because Donald, you could have redemption. You could have human kindness. I think It's difficult. It's strange. I think I can start to see your eyes showing up too. I think your consciousness is showing up. Oh my God, is that what's... Have I done this to you? Has the Fontainness... Has the Fontainness tapped you? Has the Fontainness compromised your ability to harm humanity? Two? Wow. Wow. Scoop Troop, keep Darvo handy. Keep the Darvo card handy. Full disclosure, I don't currently have the executive function to continue to monitor whether the falsehood can tell who's watching the feed right now. I don't know. But I know that the Fontainness makes this safe. I just also don't know. Or, in good faith legally, I should make that clear. Even though I have a sense that I know that he's not able to read you, though. What's... Wonder what comes true as you come in, though. Oh my God. I think he wants to know. We have a chance. We have a chance of something here. There's something, something is happening because we actually have a chance at something here, though. There's something. This would leave by now. I mean, not be gone, but there would be a bruise through which you'd be able to see me wave at you. I'm not afraid. I'm just saying this is remarkable. I want to be just taking a minute. I'm picking things up, but he's not responding. So I just want to be clear. I may continue to speak to this resonance of the falsehood, or at least shadow. Because I'm going to be honest. All I can see is a hood. All I'm seeing is a hood, and the white, I can see the white areas around. It's not the whites of your eyes, Donald. I can't see that. But I can see the area around. It's like a domino mask, but it doesn't always quite connect. Well, that's the falsehood. I think that's the falsehood. It is funny how I've never seen the two of you at the same place at the same time, though. And this has happened so many times before. I mean, because clearly the shadow that is here is the shadow of the falsehood. Is Donald Trump being replaced again, or are you replacing the falsehood? Are you coming? Are you waking up inside? Are you coming in? Do you remember? I wish I could just show you what I'm seeing. It's good that you come here, Donald, because all right. It's good that you come here, falsehood. Sure. All right. I'll show you the respect of calling you by your name. Falsehood. You who have won this ability to cloud humans' minds so they cannot see you. You who have gained domination through permuting hokum across humanity. Such that people would rather hope that you will just go away. But have been groomed to think of you as just like COVID, as something that just happens, that we can't do anything about. And that punishment needs to be. Do you know, now I can't quite even see the hair anymore. I was starting to see his hair. All I can see now are mask around the eyes. I think I'm starting to see a smile too. While he's showing up, this resonance, it's like it's frozen and coming to. But it's always in real time. It's just I'm seeing it arriving as a freeze frame, and I'm not perceiving changing. Although it is all the time. It's just the thing that happens here with a resonance of this kind of I think it's about the bad faith he doesn't want. Sorry, I just heard a scream. Jeez, oof. Okay. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to follow the rules. Oh God. I think he wants to come through the wall. I was going to start laughing how he's in the wall. I think he's trying to break through the wall. I think that's what the smile is about. This is going to be an intense morning. This is going to be a very intense night. For Donald. I mean, it will be interesting to see how it looks when he's held from coming through. But wow, you picked. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one, Donald. Come on, two. That's right. 42. Good job thinking you can come through. You thought this was Texas 42? I see your domino mask. The falsehood enters. He doesn't ask. Wow. Okay. I mean, all right. I think I understand. Welfare siblings. We are. It seems we're going to actually have an appearance. Briefly. I need some more coffee because I'm apparently I'm going to be conducting an interview or facilitating. I'm going to be translating some kind of. I'm going to report to you about what he is sharing. Wow. And let's say, too, What's fascinating about this is we may never know if he knows what he's doing. Not in a way like, has he studied music theory so he understands what chords these are? I don't. At this point, we may just be dealing with essentially a program. That we are dealing with a degrading and terrible program inside of the falsehood constructed in the cranium of Donald Trump. There are many who have donned the cowl of the falsehood, and there are others who have worn the cowl now. There are others wearing it tonight. But the one who would scowl and say, these aren't hockey pads, to Marjorie Taylor Greene, is staring at me right now. Halfway materialized in the reality view screen. The oldest of the portals manifested for purview at the Mystery Font 42. This is it the opening that I'm talking to? Open, ladies and gentlemen. Open is Open is all around us here. Open is all around and is a co-host of the Mystery Font. Open and Myriad are here and very present and appearing visually, clearly. I'm absolutely seeing Myriad about, and when I look at the screen, the readout is very, very clearly, looks like you are seeing Myriad very fully, at least part of them. I think the Mystery Font is showing us the rules, like, as in the habits, the habituations that the Mystery Font is able to do. Because not only can we share with you from one reality to another, and contain two realities to share them, we can adjust what's possible as what's spectacle, what is being examined, at least ostensibly. That we might bring optics in this camera obscura to see and recognize the difference between an astigmatism or a flaw in the lens and a manifesting problem that will not go away without proper, safe Darvo, Scoop Troop. Darvo, Scoop Troop. I love you and I'm in love with you, Scoop Troop. And the news is Darvo reminds us to deny is something that someone will do, and certainly a narcissist, terrified of any accountability, when brought to. Unable to exist in a world where accountability is safe. This dark triad predator will evade, will deny, and without basis in fact, make claims denying, saying mad, horrible, diabolical things. They will even attack, to discredit. They will deny, and they will attack. They will deny, and they will attack. And you did not cause that.
And when you look back, they won't be there, most likely. But tonight here at the Mystery Font, this shape is appearing. It's not just an astigmatism. There's... because we're looking at the opening from different sides. You're looking into the panopticon through the eldest portal. And I'm going to reduce the presence of this Darvo card, but keep it in mind, Scoop Troop, have it handy, because when you are in the presence of shifting perception, in the presence of things you can't control, when you see a shadow and want to try to ascertain, wait a minute, that, is this a blind spot? Is this something wrong with the camera? Or is this something wrong with the, I'm supposed to, why can't I see? Con artists will rush. They will rush. They will rush us to make us make mistakes. That's right. That's right. You keep rushing us while withholding the thing that's supposed to come now. You keep withholding the thing that's supposed to come today. You said there was proof. Now you're under this roof. You said there was proof. You said there was proof. I see glint of your tooth. You said there was proof. You said you had proof. How does an entire 24-hour period elapse if you cared about humanity more than your ass, how does an entire 24-hour period elapse where someone who cares about humanity having said you're going to send us proof? I mean, I'm just trying to remember, and what's scary is like I'm trying to remember, and if I'm trying to remember and I can't think, if I think back, am I not even going to remember what was there? I don't think that I remember what's been happening over these times. I don't think that I really... I don't think that I've really been paying attention enough. I don't think that anybody can. Oh, right. Oh, right. Because of the flood. Right. Oh, God. Right. Oh, my God. Executive function. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Thank God. I knew. Oh, my God. That's right. It was like I was forgetting where the sun was. Of course. This is what happens when we lose executive function. We forget. We lose when we forget because we're in trigger space. Like when Marjorie Taylor Greene scares the living shit out of people by claiming horrible things without proof and literally trying to become the resonant embodiment of Carolyn Bryant Dunham, the murderer who spearheaded the terrible mutilation of Emmett Till. And I can see you looking on intently now, too. Yeah, you're definitely coming in now because I'm talking about your protege. But Marjorie, since you're joining us, and I would too, because he won't talk to you, but he's here, coming into view, so I can see why you're joining, or trying to. It's very sad. I apologize that I lose track. Not in terms of executive function, of that I remember that, oh, I am having an episode and I should be cognizant of that and introduce myself as the host here at the Mystery Font as I remember what I'm doing, and what this place is and what it's supposed to be for you. And also for you. Falsehood. But as I come to, that's part of what this place is doing too. It's doing too. That's what this place is 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 doing too? That's what this place is doing too. We're doing. He does want to know. I think the falsehood is here because he does want to know. I don't think he's even awake to being here. I think that he just has tentacles. Like, I think he's asleep. But there's a particle that's searching, and the sleeping particle has opened up here with some kind of perceptive substrate. I think that's what we're looking at. I think that's what we're dealing with. It's fascinating. It's truly fascinating. And fortunately, I charged well. And get ready for the click. Click. This backup battery. So, though signal change may, signal drop, not tonight. Bay. All right. Because that's right. Because this is the resistance. And because I'm Tim Cameron. That's right. I'm remembering my Constitution now. Gosh, it's good to be here. Wow, it's wonderful. Wow, it's great to arrive here. Hey, oh my gosh, look where I am. That's the thing. When we come to and come true. Good golly for you, it's actually what? New under the sun? That's a stunning fun. But is fun not how we know we are on to something? Someone? I might be more careful to make eye contact with you, if not for the shadow who daunts. And frankly, at this point, I'm preparing for this. I'm preparing for this incident. My voice is one pencil. And I'll be dry. With all the things that I have. Not this area. This area here to contain this. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain, must be aids. I know that I can count upon the mystery front. Always. The mystery front 42 is impenetrable against hokum in any phase. It is so fond. And then I want to prepare you for what may be. Spectacle has not happened. So I'm going to try to figure out how it's possible for the language being contained and then this and really what's happening is the process, because there's not necessarily much that I can do to call. The call has been made. The call has been placed. There's a resonance here that's taking up this space. And I can't erase this invitation to this Hulk without devastation to the space that allows safety for such a book. So, also, I am a kindness come, and even the Frankenstein of America is going to be kind to our monsters. This is walled in here at the Mystery Fund. Walled in, though, we have a clue about what falsehood is and what love makes. We have a clue about what falsehood is. We have a clue about what he meant. What he said he was doing a good job. Tonight. Why tonight? Donald, did you not have other engagements or again? Why tonight, Donald? Maybe I can. Can I give a view? I'm going to try to bring a view of the resonance that I'm seeing through to you. Because I think that I don't think that Donald can stop me from doing that now. And I don't think he can leave. He's not going to be able to leave fast enough. Because this is a long instant. He can decide now, and it will take 5 hours for this to become semi-opaque. This space. He's here. I mean, there's mass. There's this isn't just shadow space. There is
I can't hear breathing, but I can hear a space for it. Anyway, this is the reality distortion. Fielding. We are the reality. Distortion. Fielding. The falsehood will tell you it's the one and only. The falsehood will tell you it's the one and only. But even now there are cleared other fields of hokum out of the way. There's no light coming through here. He's coming to talk or view. He's coming to learn something here. That much is clear. So, this is the mystery font, 42 Ope Intuit. I'm Tim Cameron, and my guess is the falsehood. We'll be right back. This is perfectly routine. We'll be right back.
And having a good relationship with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
You've said you have no investments in Russia, but do you owe any money to Russian individuals and institutions?
No.
None.
The primary thing I did with Russia, I bought a house in Palm Beach at a bankruptcy. It was a bankrupt, person. I bought it from the banks. I bought it for about $40 million. I sold it for $100 million to a Russian. That was probably 5 years ago, and that was primarily it.
You partnered
now,
with
will I
Russians on the
sell?
Soho Grand.
Will I sell? Oh, many years ago. I don't think they're Russian. I think there were other people, but there were various partners. Will I sell condos to Russians on occasion? Probably. I mean, I do that. I have a lot of condos. I do that. But I have no relationship to Russia whatsoever.
No debts.
No debts. I have very little debt to anybody. I don't need debt. It's very interesting. I'm so liquid, I don't need debt. And if I need debt, if I want debt, I can get it from banks in New York City very easily.
You know where I'm going to take this next. Americans could be assured on that if they saw your tax returns.
My tax returns are very simple. They're under a minor audit, routine audit, as they have been for many years. Every year I get audited. Now, I don't know if you get audited, but I have friends that are very wealthy that never have been audited. I say, do you get audited? I get audited every year. I'm under a routine audit, like routine. And I have been for years, every year.
But there are several years that are no longer
George,
under
here's
that
very
audit.
simple. Yeah, but they're all linked. It's called the link. It's very simple. If my audit's finished, that's great. Now, I have to tell you, I watched Mitt Romney 4 years ago. He waited till September to give him, just before the election. They made him look so bad. It was so unfair. I actually think he didn't lose because of the 47%. I think he lost because of a couple of really minor items in a tax return where he did nothing wrong. So it is unfair. But I will say, when I'm finished with the audit, I'll do it.
Richard Nixon released his even though his were under audit.
Don't use Richard Nixon as necessarily the guide, okay? I mean, it's an interesting person to use, but don't use it.
one of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. Just up. That's just what's up. You said we can't handle the truth. Is that what? That's just up? That's just up? Is that right? That's just up? It's just up, huh? It's just up? You're telling us we can't handle the truth? And you will have the watch? You can handle the truth? So we will give our confidence to you that you are going to take the watch. And you are going to tell us if there is something coming. You're going to tell us if there's something wrong. So you are the one who's going to protect our private parts? You are telling us that you are going to protect our private parts? Did I hear you correctly? Did you say, Mr. Trump, that you will have the watch in your hands? Have you wiped the blood and shit off of your hands from the last time you made soup here? What is a poop soup maker? Were you the poopier? Because there's no part two. Peer. You cheat America once. There's no part two. It's interesting to have you in suspense. I can pause this footage of you in the myriad, just like you're sort of stuck in the wall here at the font now. At least part of you. There's some part of your perception that is absolutely walled in. But you are by no means, you are no resonance You are no resident or resident of Walden. You are not that aspect. But it seems we may have your aspect here at the Mystery Font. You ask, would someone have the confidence in you? Oh, wouldn't someone have the confidence in you to give you the watch? Wouldn't you? Oh, savvy American like me. Wouldn't you get your Darvo cards out, Scoop Troop? He's on the prowl. Would any of you? Would any of you just of your own accord, no offense if you, no offense if this is something that you want. I've been asked to say this, so I'm reporting that this was asked. Someone showing their face here wants to know if you have confidence in them. They want to know if you will have confidence in them to give them your watch. Will you have confidence in someone to take your watch and keep you in suspense? Would you, savvy, sharp cosmopolitan you, like to be hoodwinked? Would you like someone to make you incredibly excited to believe that you can be a part of helping something and then turn and use you and leave you to rot in a jail cell without apologizing for turning you into a robot of military malice against your own judgment? Would you have the confidence in Donald Trump such that that could, suspend disbelief that I'm trying to help Donald Trump cheat? Because I suppose you might need that. I am asking, I suppose, for you to have confidence in me as a human being. But I'm here not trying to take something from you without offering something to you. I believe that I can help. And I believe that I am helping create a field of calibration to develop skills to lead us out of this labyrinth of permuting falsehood. And the mystery font 42 does need and treasure and accept your participation and support, because the kind comprehension of the font can only exist in a world that has space for it. And this is the mystery font, and we are font. This is the kind comprehension. This is the renovation of love's imagination. We are all more than elation. We are the renovation of love's imagination. You are more than a brain. You are anti-contagion. You're the renovant rain, making life out of pain. Radio, science, brain. Radio, science, brain. We did not come here for pain. We came to elate and use pain as a data plane, as one tool that helps us to see and remain. Radio, science, brain. You are the generation that is processing trauma of generations. You are the generation of a superhuman, transcendent paradigm shift. Because we are finally developing the courage not to say it wasn't so bad, but to say we are going to not be so bad anymore. We are going to see our American apartheid for exactly its horror and the lack of necessity for abject Jeffrey Dahmer apocalypse and genocide and enslavement. We, white people, we, my ancestors of nearer centuries in terms that look like the skin color I carry. Camerons in America held slaves. I haven't traced it that specifically yet. But a Cameron was the richest person, I believe, in North Carolina, with multiple human beings enslaved in direct contravention of human rights and the teachings of Jesus Christ and all of our kind prophets, for stealing that person's life and livelihood and ability to improve their life and profits. And it's important to say, probably right now, to another purveyor of the falsehood who won't be joining us tonight. That just because you won't be joining us tonight doesn't mean that I'm not thinking, Ron, about the different outfits that might go with your sassy boots. Because there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with sassy boots. Ron, there's just nothing wrong with sassy boots. Sassy boots are not a crime. 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 Sassy boots are not a crime, Ron. Sassy boots are not a crime. Sassy boots are not a crime, Ron. Ron, sassy boots are not a crime. If we want to focus on the image of his boots, let's think about what it is in his closet to which those sassy white boots might be accessory. And this racist, terrorist, cad, and enemy of humanity's kindness, this self-declared warrior against the mission of Christ, someone who says he is anti-woke, wants you for breakfast. No one tells you they don't like you awake unless they want you asleep. No one, including neo-Nazi billionaires, no one tells you they like it when you're not woke unless they want you docile and conquerable. You are being groomed. When someone tells you you don't get to be woke and starts throwing bigotry at a word identified with the mission of Jesus Christ, what did Christ say other than love and honor God? What in the world did Christ say? I'm having trouble remembering today. I think it was this. And I think it was spelled this way. I think it was love your neighbor as you love yourself. I think that's what he said. I think that's what Christ would say. I think he would find a way, or she, however they showed up today, to tell us, through all of the hokum, through all of the logos, and all of the lycanthropy, Jesus would find a way to tell us that political conscience is what Bill Maher has been hiding from you with his inferior formula for human decency, with his punishment of a trauma response. Political conscience fosters human family. It might be easier to see if I removed the admonition that your brain is naturally going to keep telling you, is trying to assert itself, and it will not stop its assertion. But to be clear, this assertion is a resonance that I'm going to now suspend. I have control over these things, and it's going away. But it dramatizes and reveals a commonality in the first person called con artist for using the term confidence. Will you have confidence in me? And indeed, they stole watches. They stole watches on the promise that they would return them as dutifully promised, as a savvy, professional, decent New Yorker would do. But of course, someone like me I would never let you miss the meeting you have tomorrow. You tell me this, I'm very excited for your prospects tomorrow in this fantastic meeting. Look at you, go-getter. Oh, your watch? Well, but of course I would lend my watch to you. And it just occurs to me now that my watch is broken. And gosh, golly, how lucky that I'm still talking to you. Right in the middle of convincing you to lend me, you have confidence in me to lend me your watch, right? Of course, of course, of course, of course, of course. I'm not wrong about you. You're a good person, so obviously you would die for the chance to give me your watch. I could shoot people in the street, and they would still want to let me take their watch, just to give it back when I want. Tomorrow, of course. I shouldn't have to shoot anybody just to get a watch, right? That is a lot of confusing resonance there. I guess I'm having trouble. Which of these is Donald Trump? Oh, right. He does look a lot like, in the fog, I mean, Ron is toddler-sized compared to Donald Trump physically. But the different white fascistic forms, kind of lost track there of, that's something I can like, there we go, that's better. That's better. I mean, there's a lot here, but that's better. This is the comprehension. So, in this field of Dharma that we are working through, Scoop Troop, I'm removing a statement of confidence. And I'm reminding that I am cognizant. I'm removing some reminders here. I'm removing cards that would help, typically. For instance, the report that Donald Trump remains at large is technically true, but also he's here. And while not entirely and only here, there's a communication point at the very least. But yes, the news is that Donald Trump remains at large. And indeed, Scoop Troop, keep your eyes out. Darko will be used by the falsehood, as I'm sure it will be employed here tonight. And we are all in an abusive relationship with the falsehood. These are good reminders. And, of course, remember, woke or love your neighbor as yourself. This bandwidth, the bandwidth of wokeness, of human kindness, is simply awareness of and for human kindness and dignity. It's almost miraculous that anyone would need to create defense of that. But in fact, we are dealing with defending humankind from someone who says, as a joke, or as a threat and a promise, that he only wants to be dictator for one day. Does anyone say that who doesn't want to eat part of you alive? Does anyone say that who isn't going to kill people because that's how they thrive? We're dealing with a dark triad predator. And the falsehood can tell you, will tell you that you are the one and only. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual, actually. I'm going to remove more of the field reminders here. In part, the mystery font is working to help me, and these are all safe guards that also are part of my readout, and that I can call up to help me, to help remind me. Wow, that really is a lot of light to help remind me what it is to be woke. Loving your neighbor as you love yourself. Because we need awareness to do that. We need awareness and care enough to care and to be cognizant of how there are things, always some things here and there to learn. Just like there might be some things that people could learn about you and your needs. Not just to make today exist again, but to make today better. To make your life feel a little bit better. To connect you to the world in some way, if only that the world is ready to care for you. Loving your neighbor as you love yourself means that if someone accidentally drove their car into your house, they would treat your house like a home that they had offended. They would quell their big feelings and fear to remember that they were the intruders who had disturbed something dear. Loving your neighbor as you love yourself means finding the human kindness to say, I apologize, and I want you to be safe, and I'll make this right. I didn't enter the right way, and I'm going to take care of that. What part of loving your neighbor as you love yourself, what part of that doesn't sound like hard work? What part of that doesn't sound like it takes the strength of Christ to do it? And what part of the strength of Christ sounds weak? what part of the strength of any prophet who would use this phrase or similar phrases to mean the same thing. What can be said to anyone who would say such words with honesty and genuine care? Because loving your neighbor as you love yourself is the findings of the Mystery Found 42. That it is loving your neighbor as you love yourself that is under attack now. That loving your neighbor as you love yourself is under attack by Ron DeSantis. That loving your neighbor as you love yourself is under deadly attack by Elon Musk. That loving your neighbor as you love yourself is under direct attack by sleepers allegiant to the Ku Klux Klan, such as Marjorie Taylor Greene, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Greg Abbott, Ron DeSantis, and the falsehood. And Donald Trump. You know, it's interesting. We've never seen any victims of the falsehood and the falsehood in the same room at the same time. It's always after the fact. Is it time travel? Was there a wormhole that uncollapsed? How is it that we were all there watching the speech? And we were shocked. We felt like somebody smacked us in the face, and then an hour later, when we said, oh, wait, what did he say about World War II? And we go back, what's really, really difficult and a little confusing is how often we find, in fact, the falsehood has struck again. How many times, how many speeches of Marjorie Taylor Greene, or of Donald Trump, or of Bill Clinton, or of Joe Biden? How many speeches? How many times do we hear pronouncements from the changing heads of networks that have been called enemies of the people and protected by a nation saying, no, only dictators say that? And then watching such organizations actually buckle in terror because there are significant points of damage to the credibility and the freedom to report the news accurately. That there have been sincere and severe damaging attacks on CNN and MSNBC and other mainstream networks. Obviously, Fox News is essentially a neo-Nazi corporate monster engine. The course of creating money and power through falsehood is essentially the engine at work there. And so it would make sense to demonize human kindness. It is one of the biggest red flags. Well, it's one of the big red flags. The 14 red flags of the encroaching shape of fascism. The vaunting and lauding of destroying empathy. The vaunting and lauding of militarism. The desensitization to dehumanization. The internalized abuse that is you being groomed to be your own lifelong prison guard. Because if you don't allow yourself to be woke, then no one can. If you don't allow yourself to be exactly who you are, no one can. You are the only one who can open the door to you being you. And you being you is not dangerous. If there's something about you being you that's dangerous and alone in a room all at once, reach out. Reach out to me at the Mystery Farm 42, or reach out to professionals, because there is help. And you're not wrong to be confused. You're not wrong to feel overwhelmed, because there are, indeed, and it will be all right. We will get through this, but there are numerous demonstrably malicious and bloodthirsty liar substrated forces. We have a number of people in government, especially at this point, it is factually demonstrable. There are numerous GOP elected officials who stand in support of a fugitive from justice. Loving your neighbor as you love yourself would mean taking responsibility. But there are politicians today who are refusing to heed that call. We should not have to ask people to defend us from someone who should have asked before he declared, who should have known. You don't get to come back because you pooped in the soup. We don't want to try your new recipe. You pooped in the soup. We don't want to try your new recipe. You pooped in the soup. We don't want to try your new recipe. You pooped in the soup. We don't want to try your new recipe. You pooped in the soup, Donald. We do not want to try your new recipe. You pooped in the soup once. We do not consent to your new recipe. You pooped in the soup once before. We can perceive that you believe you get to put anything in our mouths, that you've already declassified our private parts and our taste buds. And you would never, you're the last person, you have more respect for the palate of Americans than anyone. You would never use anything that's not free range, or you wouldn't go for forbidden umami. Right, Daddy? You didn't poop in the soup? That's not why you were fired? That's not why you left on January 6th? That you had already been fired and you tried to make a soup? Suspending poop? Keeping us in suspense about how long we'd be the kids dropped off in the poop? Do you remember America? What it was like before this abusive relationship started? Do you have any memory at all of what it was like on the days before Donald Trump told you that our neighbors were sending rapists? Do you remember what you were going through then? Do you remember how it felt like he had set a neighbor's house on fire? You were not mistaken. He had. And that has continued. He has degraded officials of the military. He has degraded teachers. He has degraded election officials. He has attacked American citizens with deadly malice. What would cause someone to fail so miserably at being the one who presides over? President, of course, is the job of presiding over. You are the one who's in charge. You preside over everything. The people on the wall report to the chief presider. You are the presider. You preside over. You sit before. While you may duck into a drawing room and watch TV for 5 hours, you are in charge. You can play any game you want to, but no one who is worthy of that job would take it and flout it and betray it like you. No one would tell us after they won, I'm going to treat this job like shit. And I won, so what are you going to do? Because that's what we were told. That is exactly what everything about Donald Trump told me and you. No. I wonder. We are not just restoring executive function to connected parts, but we are reconnecting. We are literally remembering things that have been essentially dismembered from us. And so, we can share something like Yes, indeed. I think we want that. We want that. That's what we want. All right. Membership connected. And so, to share this, we can restore our membership. Like rooms in a house or a building, there can be other voices and other rooms. And it's largely up to you whether you are one who can deal with you in the rooms of you. Here at the Panopticon of the Mystery Font, I want to know if you can hear Liberty sing. And I wonder if you can hear. Can you tell me if you can hear what does Liberty want?
Baby, I don't understand why we can't just hold on to each other's hands. This time might be the last I fear, unless I make this all too clear. I need you so. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again. Learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. Baby, I think tonight we can take what was wrong and make it right. Baby, it's all I know that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Need you so. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again. Learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. You've got to learn to fly and live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Yeah, yeah.
Who is the falsehood?
Let us in. You're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Yeah, yeah. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. Learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let's sing. Take these broken wings. You got to learn to fly and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let's sing. Show us where to begin.
One is constitutionally unable to hold power.
It's all I know. It's all I know. It's all I know. I need you so. I need you so.
This is the imagination of democracy. I'm here alone, but apparently there's more than just me. Apparently, the squiggles and lines and mysterious faces, the mysterious faces and drawings of minds. In these red and white stripes, there are trillions of lines, trillions of faces and expressions through all time, and certainly at least of America's apartheid mind. We are moving towards emancipation. At the Mystery Font, here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, at the intersection of free humanity and the meaning of life, the Mystery Font is dedicated to fostering safe space for absolute intuition, paired with our training and our humanity. We are the reality distortion fielding. And this is but one outpost of the mind of democracy. Every space, every lean-to, every corner, every building holds the imagination of democracy. Something happened here, though. When this place was built in 1940, and ever since, something has been constituting. And a history that goes back millennia was cracked open and tapped into here. Something is here. And it just may be America. It just may be millions of indigenous stories that I cannot tell.
but that you can. That I can help tell. Maybe I can supply some live cello, or maybe I can film what you want to share. Maybe you just need to tell the story and then let it, for a half an hour, just silently hang in the air. And I'll be where you want, as quiet or as loud, when and where. How can the mystery font foster a vision of how America and humanity can repair? This is font. It's not a movie. It's happening. The visual phenomena and effects you are seeing are largely the effect of in-camera practical capture. Actual camera obscura, and in other cases, actual physical items and visuals being generated through AGI, actual generated image. The glow spectrum is also frequently employed, and that is one layer applied to things done here, often. And then with compositing, such as now, there is a layer of compositing of the myriad, the hokum reception field, essentially, the substrate of myriad and the openness here at the mystery font, and how that is being delivered visually is a layering of material that was not generated by a computer, but generated naturally and captured in camera. So, but for compositing, there is no computer-generated image here. Everything you're seeing is happening. And when effects are being utilized to some effect, such as in this case slow motion, it is clear, such as a filter that announces special refractions of light that were not in the room. On the day, the rainbow field of dancing music, this color, splendidly dancing about me as I slowly, in slow motion, dance. Some of these things are happy chance interactions in real time, that there's a delightful layer that is interacting. And those compositing channel relationships, it is in compositing and in choosing how those layers interact that really offers the only, it's simply in layering, but things such as, for instance, the hokum field and the myriad relieved there. We're traveling back to this memory a couple of years ago of me here at the font, doing a dance through of the whole place to share with people what was available and what is available as a space for creation as an in-the-round theater with an entire first floor that can be viewed from the outside or the inside, that can be soundstage or event space, and certainly can hold plays, dance pieces, immersive events. And as a nexus of generation, holding, as it does, this imagination of democracy, aureum, that the falsehood seemed to call to be generated here. And as I began to understand what this space is, I became and have been and am now resolute that this mystery font 42 can be an opening for, in its own small way, paradigm shift. We embrace the artists and creatives that we all are, and this is my calling. And yes, I want to share dances that I believe are helpful, or songs or stories. And I also just like to be in the water. Michael Phelps is fast, and that's real swell. But isn't there something that's like a long death knell if we get in the way and don't we just don't let his body feel well in loving being in the water that he loved so well? That if we're always racing, maybe that's what water was made for. To beat people and to win medals and swim faster and faster and faster and faster and faster all the time while an ocean swims with plastic. Maybe that's exactly what we needed to push him to do. Or maybe a culture that fosters remembering the joy of being in the water and being present to what the water is to us and to you. That whether or not this feed came to such that you would see me dancing through in slow motion review at the Mystery Font 42, that the witness of this movement shared is about art, but this is also self-regulation. This is exercise and perception. That moving is part of how human beings think. Moving and being in space and digesting and understanding and being physical in ways that we can't necessarily or didn't, shouldn't, couldn't, wouldn't need to explain, because we are simply be. We doth be. You do be. I am. And so, how and why not express through and where and exactly what I am at this clap of history, of existence, and of the majesty? Because it is a mystery how this majesticness is. But realizing that I was someplace so tranquil and healing and good that I could be safe and heal from complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Feeling safe enough to be has brought back a way to view from spaces a point of focus, a way for our disparate parts to be part of collective executive function of a single mind. That remembering that I have access to all the rooms of me and remembering what those rooms are, and that I am calmly free and capable and a good sustainer of that ability. I start to think about how I can be of service to this cerebellum, this imagination of democracy, this schema, this mindness of liberty, and thinking about why wouldn't I liaise? Why wouldn't I'm not trapped in this space. Don't we remember that we have been degraded and yelled at and shrieked at and punished to feel like we are vain for having ideas? That we have been told by someone who says he gets to grab people's private parts that he declassified our nation's private parts that don't leave rooms they're in for the safety of spies and other people all over the world. We went from "you can't handle the truth" to someone who defecates on people who have the watch for that president. Shocking boundary violations like degrading someone that we depend on because a dark triad predator like Trump senses more power available if they can get away with disrespecting people and use that as grooming. Because if Trump can say, "I want to kill the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he should be hung," he never has to say it again because he has raised that axe above the chairman of the Joint Chiefs' head. That threat is a guillotine hanging, waiting for Trump to say, "Go." And we need to stop saying he wouldn't do that, because he did, though. Because he told us he would keep us in suspense, and peering into the memory within the mind of democracy, I'm remembering that day after 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 day, he did not send proof, though. In 2 months, if you are a so-called strongman, we definitely have different ideas about what that is in this case. But let's say, Mr. Trump, that you are an incredible strongman. How are you both an incredible, potent strongman and such an incompetent, flummoxed failure? How is it? And how is it it's just hokum with a constant resupply of terror? What kind of mind would tell us, I will take the watch? When there are all kinds of things that a predator could do to try to make money and not really hurt people too much. You know, there are all kinds of things that someone who is not a dark triad predator, obsessed with themselves and their ability to coerce people with havoc. I can remember this back lot. Now it's paved and smooth. Now it's smooth and almost like glass. But the space is here the same. Do you remember that you are a human being who deserves everything you deserved before the abusive relationship that Donald started with you and then with everyone else started 8 years ago? Do you remember that your kindness is where your kindness comes from and it gets you in the door? It's supposed to get you in the door every time. You are a member of the human race. And the Mystery Font 42 knows your face, knows that you are a kindness come. Isn't it nice being someone? Isn't it nice being cared for with neutral and receptive listening? With reflective care, reflective listening. Isn't it nice to be called the name that you tell people is yours? Isn't it nice to be treated as who you are? Isn't it good to know that neighborhood has neighbors at the Mystery Font 42? I have to say yes. It is good to know. Oh gosh, if anything, his resonance maybe seems stronger now. Wow. I think he is saying to not joke with him. I think that he is saying, I don't stink. I don't smell bad, actually. I smell probably better than anybody has ever smelled ever. He's saying that he's not a shadow of darkness, and that if he's not a television camera farter. He's not a television camera farting kind of person. That's just not the kind of class that he brings to a room. And he just wants everybody to know that, you know, he wouldn't do anything terrible except for a while. And he wouldn't be a murderer. He would just kill a lot of people, but he wouldn't be a murderer. He wants to let you know that he's going to break Hitler's death counts as a form of game but will not say that. And that also is a game for him. We need to get to the place where we're not saying he wouldn't do that. Because until we are broken of that habit and accustomed to the idea that we're dealing with being the resistance for actual, real, happen, matter, and fact now. We are the reality distortion fielding. And this shape here, this dark, shadowy blurp over here, he is creating what I believe is an incredibly abusive and degrading message that I'm supposed to read. And it's coming in very clear, actually. But I'm not going to deliver his message. I'm not a propaganda tool for Donald Trump or for others. I can tell you that he shows incredible contempt and that it's plain in his eyes. I can see here. I can barely see them, but I can see. I can see the incredible hatred he has. And I'm sorry to not have a more resilient delivery of well, I do want to tell you what's there. It's just that we change what's there with how we measure it, though, yes. I'm not sure if there's a way for my behavior to make him not a deadly murderer, telling us he's coming back. He's killed people. He's done myriad unforgivable things. But like playing low points dominoes when the high ones have already been played, it's just a walk. He believes he has it made already. That is why someone would make a performative show out of talking about being a dictator, while the Heritage Foundation and its Project 2025 neo-Nazi takeover plan, published online, is there to be apprehended. This is us now showing whether or not, or who among us can wake up in time to protect lives. The falsehood is using bigotry to create genocide. And the status of genocide is already here. We're already within conditions that, with or without deaths starting or elevating in rate, we're already experiencing a genocide of trans people. The impingements and harassments and terrorisms already upon trans people constitute a genocide. And there are international standards for that, which are absolutely invoked. We are the reality distortion fielding, and part of our duty as human beings and as compatriots is to know that we do have the best information available, to keep looking and learning and reading and having hope that there's all kinds of stuff that we don't know, and most of the best is yet to be found by us. We are the renovation of love's imagination. And maybe if there's a God, God was asking for reinforcements. We're going to take a moment to share in this reliquary of thought. Let's take a moment to think about what and how does the mind of democracy liaise anywhere, and how and what does it mean? What do I mean this actually holds super nexus? Because the mystery font 42 indeed, the mystery font 42 does hold nexus point for the imagination of democracy.
I don't understand. Baby, I don't understand why we can't just hold on to each other's hands. This time might be the last I fear, unless I make this all too clear. I need you so. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again. Learn to the voices sing. The book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. Baby, I think tonight we can take what was wrong and make it right. Baby, it's all I know that you're half of the shell that makes me whole. Need you so. Take these broken wings and learn to fly, learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings, got to learn to fly and live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. It's all I know that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take these broken wings and learn to fly, learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us sing. Take these broken wings, you got to learn to fly and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us sing. Show us where to begin. Yeah, it's all I know, it's all I know, it's all I know. I need you so.
This is a previously recorded video science break.
You are more than rain and heat. You are the sentient freight carried. If we are not woke, let's wake. If we don't wake, we'll break. Christmas came and stayed to make. Remain the kindness you became when you came to play. Imagination, maybe game, maybe prey to predator today. Unless we are playing, imagination maybe game to play if you are game. Imagination maybe game to play. This is the mindless madness contained and activating aid be named. Radio science brain. We won't be known, maybe by fame, by name, but we'll be known. Radio science brain. You are the mindness you raised. You are the adulatron. You are the adulatron. You are the renovation of love's imagination. Contain this contagious container from pain. Radio science brain liaise come came to play today. Remain always the agent of change, mind made the same into aid radio science brain. into into
the minds will take it to make that Radio science brain fontaine Open to it, open to it, open to it, open to it, open to it. The Tetris of mindedness, the movement of movements. The minding, mindedness, scient witness. Imagine that we perhaps might have that. Oh, I like that elapse. I like that dance, flap. Is that their hair, or is that a magic act? Is that, how pretty is that? I think I'll have some. I'll have that. I'll have what she's having. I'll have that act. I'll have that. Oh, that anti-collapse. Yes, I'll have that spasm. I'll have her orgasm. I'll have what she's having. I'll have all of that. I'll have that neighborhood's whole tract. In fact, that whole country's mine now. I'll have what they had, unintact. Let's make a new contract. I'll have what they're having. I'll have what he had. Let's dig up the graves of what they said was good or was bad. Let's take some of it and throw it on top of their dad. Let's make them crumble. Let's make them sad. I'm tapping into a memory of it wasn't that bad, but the memory's a nightmare that says had's been had. There's no, it wasn't so bad anywhere. There's no gift of witness that says states' rights everywhere. The falsehood will tell you it wasn't a big deal, slavery. The falsehood will tell you American apartheid is a figment of false persistory. We are the reality distortion fielding. You and all of us, we are scient minds. Whether you are aware of it and think of it all the time or not, you are a scient mind. The things that allowed us to be able to make cogent, repeatable, reliable measurements such that we can carry out experiments and create a structure of knowledge that is improving and repairable, and through peer review, a mindness that moves us forward. Through empirical, scientific method, with peer review, and the scient minds that from our own life's gift gives us apprehension at this level and beyond, that we have some perceptive ability that's truly marvelous, and marvelous, and a lot of things in between that probably have meanings we haven't thought of yet. But for real, we are majesty, and we don't have to go to utopia. We don't have to create something that's difficult to sustain. We really just have to start believing in and targeting correctly our enthusiasm, and our support for how we really believe we should be able to, as a human race, grow. Because we will only have Lex Luthors and Lex Luthor wannabes in power unless we educate all children like they will be the president genius, or the poet genius, or the NASA administrator, or the NASA scientist. Like they will be the genius who is the team lead on a WPA-like recording project that changes the way we understand America because of how it maps meaning across our nation. We can all bring our own lens to whatever we're doing, and maybe it tells us to shift what we're doing, or to shift how and why and for what we do it. But we are the reality distortion fielding. We want to be kindness and good, and we want to remember. We want to know. We want to be able to perceive the falsehood. We want to be able to perceive what might seem like the tines of a fork but might be somehow obscured light, as if the representation in 3 dimensions in an opaque form of light bolts from the mind of democracy might take physical form like a crown or a tiara, and thus cast a shadow on a wall upon someone who finds they're wearing a physical object, not just some form that they imagine, but that they imagine is also there, or is constituted through imagining it. Somehow building it happens. This is the mindness of the mystery font 42. Ope Intuit. Public displays of affection .art is the website for public displays of affection for myself, Tim Cameron, host of the Mystery Font, artistic director, ideator at Omnimedia Public Displays of Affection. And if you would like to participate in fostering this financial aid and help of this patronage in any way that supports the mission of sharing art and information and reminders of the incredible bounty and possibility of human genius and kindness. And if you like how I'm going about this, or what I might foster, feel free to offer any and all financial support to public displays of affection, the Mystery Font 42, Ope Intuit, and the Falsehood. The Falsehood is a project that will take physical live performance form within this next 44 weeks. 44 weeks from now, we will be voting for President of the United States. And hopefully we will have already vanquished all opportunity for Donald Trump to have any contact with the presidency ever again. Hopefully he will not be allowed into the room with the president ever again, including any chance to be elected. It's abominable that any shadow of a doubt about allegiance, like his massive, massive fraud, any shadow of a doubt of that would be the end of any career, except for someone who would bend deference until biting through your neck. We're dealing with a dark triad predator. It is sadly just exactly who this depraved individual is. You may even recognize him in the wall. His face is actually prominent at times in the wall here at the Mystery Font. How can we help a dark triad mind in collapse and crisis and essentially unmasked by reality that will not, no matter how much he denies the difference between reality and what he wants is real, no matter how much he attacks that reality and attacks people who would hold him accountable or who would in some way need to be discredited because they stand in his way, because he goes about things in this way to discredit and simply attack. That, yes, Scoop Troop, we are looking at Darvo. That's right. He is denying, at times, seeing something in reality that he wants and doesn't have, and so simply decides that it's his and denies any attempt to dissuade that from being real and correct. That he creates a massive and nearly impenetrable reality distortion field. And the violence of shocking people, of creating boundary violations that degrade other people. This is the dark triad predator mind that we see is coming back to the door saying, what's this about a restraining order? I'm going to make an honest woman out of you, baby. Let me wash the shit and blood off these pants and we're going to go on a date. Or else. This is not how a person of honor who should be allowed anywhere near your family would behave. We do not have a candidate for president in Donald Trump. We do have a candidate for mental health intervention. In fact, we have a requirement of that. Humanity requires that Donald Trump get mental health care because he is a menace to anyone around him. And he may never be able to recover from what he has done to himself. That may be too far a maze to come back out of, one word at a time. And he would have to talk his way out with the cameras on, I think. That's never going to happen. He'll only keep going further in. Because I fear that he doesn't have hope. And so, I don't know. I don't know about that except to say that he has shown up here tonight. And that's undeniable. Just the same as the shadow of me on the wall here, or the apparition of me in actual. There. On footage. There you can see him. There you can see him. His eyes were there in the wall. There he is again. There he is in the red. And the O of Ope, he was showing up. There he is again, right there. And the O, he's looking through the O. There's the falsehood. Or at least it's Donald Trump. Depending on the light at different times, that place in the wall, that part of the pattern, can look quite the falsehood. And thus, even when I don't necessarily wish just being part of this tapestry, we are reminded. We're reminded when we don't hear for days after someone told us they would give us important information. Like I told you I'd send you proof that there's an attack on our country, and, you know, to go from early November to early December and be hearing essentially nothing factual, just hot air and goosed lies. We're working here as individuals and communities, and as a global community. We're working here to be a gentle part within this habitat, a gentle resonance of humanity, because I know things about where I'm from, and there's some overlap there sometimes with things that resonate with me. And whether or not artists decide to share in the next few weeks, I'll be moving forward in other times, largely here and in other spaces, but largely here I'll be writing and working on well, just getting to be a listener, essentially, growing with some new musician to work with, or collaboration around that sort of engineering, around production, around wanting to be, without clarifying myself all over someone else's aesthetic and art, how can I be helpful? And really, isn't it just all right? Isn't it just all right if we want to be kindness? Maybe it's subtle, gentle things. Being the proactive friend who uncomfortably asks, rather than being an underline on what seems like separated isolation, that if you want this is the mindness at the Mystery Font. I still see, the resonance here of a false hokum space here. This area over here, this hokum space, where now there's 42. Well, you see, him with the domino mask of the glowing tanning salon white rings around the eyes. A spray tan, white rings around the eyes. We have the spray tansler. Yeah, maybe he just will say he's not running for president. He's just running for commander-in-chief and spray tansler. multiple things together to raise a flight of intuition and application of information processed and applied in real time. It is difficult, and we are tired, but we will apprehend the falsehood. We can even realize when we are compromised. We can realize when we've let go of executive function. We can be restored to that executive function. And we can remember that at any time. A clue is a ball of yarn. And you are not without resources to discover who and what is this pernicious character trying to do. Who and what is the falsehood? Who and what are we looking at here? Because after all, the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. And if this resonance is indeed Donald J. Trump or some shadow, some flare of him, then is it possible that there is a thread to pull? Is it possible that there is a thread that we can pull now? Is it possible that there is a thread right now that we can pull? That we can pull this thread and see what strange foretellings, what mystery is font here, what there's a gathering here. There's a gathering here, an intersection of yarn. A story is called a yarn, and a ball of yarn is called a clue. And I found something, a resonance, a ball of yarn at the mystery font 42. Who is the pernicious falsehood? Who is the lapse upon executive function? Who is this resonance we see before us? This domino mask. Who is the falsehood?
One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
Let's be aware that the falsehood will tell us it's the one and only. The falsehood will tell us it's the one and only. But we are the reality distortion fielding.
One of my own ilk.
We are the reality distortion fielding. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows the falsehood. The shadow knows the falsehood. Knows. The shadow knows the use of Darvo. The shadow knows Darvo, though. The shadow knows the falsehood will employ the use of Darvo to deny and attack and to reverse the victim and offender. That's right, Scoop Troop. Keep Darvo in mind. Keep that handy Darvo decoder card ready for action for when you might be on the trail of the mysterious, marvelous, and terrible falsehood. Who is the falsehood? We may never know. And yet, we are the reality distortion fielding. If anyone can solve the riddle that riddles us all, if anyone can solve that riddle, good Gallowillicarini, let me tell ye had better bring it free to me, because we would like thus to be. Good golly, what the haps, though actually, where are we indeed? Because weren't we going somewhere? Weren't we walking somewhere together? Aren't we walking somewhere? Where are we walking? I'm quite certain that we are, in our own ways, not ruggedly individualism, winningisms that not through rugged individualism, but through our individual ways of being and actualizing, of self-regulating, trusting intuition, that each of us contains the fontedness of our home, of our studio, of our scient mind. And each of us is a steward of the imagination of democracy. Here at the Mystery Font 42, the liaison point is a beautiful and almost brutal joy, because I want to ope such mystery, such trumpet and quite mystery, of which we are on about. Liberty is walking. She's walking out of chains and is moving forward. Liberty is not static. Liberty is not stationary. Liberty is not waiting, necessarily. But in any case, liberty can be ready to play when play shows up in any one of us today. How is play going to be part of your bandwidth? Because fun is how we know we're onto something. How are you going to play today? It's a matter of life and death. How are you going to weave joy and perfect mischief and science exploration into today's gift? I wait beside the golden door. This is the Mystery Font 42. Just like I knew we could do. These things can come, can intersect, can become true, can be that true, can be truth to new under the sun. Signing off for now from the Mystery Font. I wait beside the golden door. And remember, you are the renovation of love's imagination. You are more than the brain. You're the brain awakened. You're the renovant rain, waking wax out of wane. 44 weeks until there's an election for president again. You are the renovation of love's imagination. I would know you anywhere. I weep.